Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Tonight, I am going to be reading two books that you have already seen before. I'm going to be reading The Wind Through the Keyhole by Stephen King, which is book 4.5 of the Dark Tower series. And then I'm reading 100 Hikes of a Lifetime. Yes, I am still reading this book because it's just a purely leisurely, like, oh, I want to see another hike across the world. And then I read it. So I'm not like in a huge rush to finish it, but I would like to make some progress where I haven't been recently. So the Wind Through the Keyhole, I'm only on page 80. I definitely plan to get a good chunk read tonight because I haven't been reading as much this week as I was catching up at work from being off, and my evenings I basically was just falling asleep on the couch really early because I didn't have any energy. So it'd be nice to get some time to read tonight. And as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what the temperature is where you are. We're still having pretty mild temperatures where I live, and I'm super shocked about that because normally by the time we get to this point in May, things are quite hot, but they are not right now. So might end up getting a blanket later. We will see. And I actually am going to be spending the first sprint tonight eating dinner with Keaton because we haven't eaten yet. And I made a homemade quinoa salad, which is really good. So I'm looking forward to that. So I will be off camera for the first sprint, but I will be back on camera like normal in the second one. So I'm going to go over and see who all is here and say hello to everybody. So up first is Swank. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy pizza party day, happy chocolate chip day, and happy bring flowers to someone day. That's really nice. I like that. Kat says, hey, Alex. Hi, Kat. I volunteered at the Friends of the Library store today for their weekend sale, then stopped at Panera for lunch, followed by a stop at Target. So I just got home a few minutes ago. Well, you were really busy today. I actually had my own volunteer opportunity that I did today. I volunteered at a combination food pantry and thrift store. So the money that's made from the thrift store goes to buy food for the food pantry. And I actually spent my shift creating like to go hygiene bags for people. So I had like soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, different types of like shampoo, or like sometimes we had like small little kind of like luxury items, which was really nice. And I actually did that activity for the most part entirely by myself. Other people were on teams to do stuff to like help out in the food pantry, but I was just like, I will handle the soap, and I took care of that, and it was very nice to get to do that, even though it was a little hard on my back, like having to continue to bend over to like pick stuff out of boxes. But I'm super happy that I went. Felt good to be able to volunteer today. And Swank says, I'll be reading Parable of a Sower. So depressing. Yeah, I have never read an Octavia Butler, but I do intend to read Parable of the Sower one day. Swank says, arg, cat. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends. Happy Friday, and happy Friday to you. And so I given the little zombie to Kat. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, sitting outside watching the bicycle races through the park. Oh, that's fun. It's just a bicycle race. Is it like kids? Is it adults? Is there like a path through the park? I'm guessing that they're like doing a loop. Jamie says, I'm eating lunch and listening to This House Will Feed. I believe you were reading that last week, weren't you, Jamie? So how is that coming along? How are you enjoying it? And Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I'm reading Transcription by Ben Lerner. Hello, Sir Francis. Yes, him with his ceremonial bread in the background. And Rob, it is good to see you. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Good to see you. And Heidi says, Swank, I love the first half of Sower, but not the second half. Just like in Kindred, the plot becomes too contrived and convenient. Ooh. And Kat says, I need to go do today's workout, even though I just want to chill. I'm still on this Skin Man story. Well, me too. So hooray. I'm not as far behind you as I worried I might be. And Anne says, reading The Calamity Club by Catherine Stockett. Very good. Oh, good. Happy to hear that. And Swank says, it's 87 here. I'm kind of jealous. I actually would really like it to be warm, but I mean, mild temperatures, I'll take them for as long as I can because we've gotten an actual spring and it's been beautiful. And I can't believe that we have had spring this long. I cannot remember a year in recent memory where we actually had a spring that lasted like a full like 2.5 months. And Heidi says, I'll be finishing War of the Flowers tonight. Wonderful. It was a chunky standalone Portal fantasy. That was a second Portal book for me in a row and maybe my last. Okay, so sounds like it was just too much. Like you didn't really end up enjoying it all that much. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hey, Alex, Sir Francis in chat. I just made a sausage, spinach, mushroom, onion, egg omelet. That sounds really good. I'm reading The Last House on Needless Street tonight. I believe Kat read that, or I know somebody who did. I've never read that one, though. Swank says, not without AC. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. 87 degrees with no AC is not fun. And Anne says, it is a loop through the park. It is adults. They race downtown tomorrow. Cool. Well, I hope that that's super fun. That sounds great. Might be enjoyable to watch them for a while. That'd be pretty entertaining if they got like a megaphone or something out there, make it a big event. Well, cool. I will go ahead and get us set up for our first sprint of the evening. Like I said, I'll be off camera for this first one to go eat with Keaton, and then I will be back probably before the 45 minutes is up. But I'll definitely be back before either way. And Jamie says, I'm loving it. May finish it tonight. It's very atmospheric. The opening of each chapter is a quote from the Irish famine era. Quite eye-opening. Ooh. Ooh. I'm glad that you're enjoying it and that it's atmospheric. And Rob says 82 tomorrow, 61 today. That's quite a big change. And Nikki's here. Hi, Nikki. Nikki says, hello, everyone. Currently alternating between Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins and The Cinnamon Bun Bookstore by Laurie Gilmore. Sound like they're probably very different books, which could be nice for a palate cleanse from each one. And Swank says, aloha, Allie. Well, awesome. I got 45 minutes up on the clock for you all. I'm going to wish you all happy reading during this first sprint. Oh, and I got to give you, of course, your first question. So your first question is going to be, since Kat and I were just talking about volunteering, if you do volunteer work, what is your volunteer option of choice? And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Hello, Alex. And Angel's here. Hi, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone, from the dentist chair. Oh, well, good luck to you, Angel. And Angela says, yes, Kat said it was 5 stars for her. I'm still figuring out all the who's who stuff. I got you. You'll get there. You'll figure it out. Might be one of those books that takes a minute to settle into. Nikki says, Let Them is a self-help book. Cinnamon Bun Bookstore is romance. Oh, nice. Okay, I would not have guessed that the first book was nonfiction, so thank you for elaborating. All right, everybody, you got your question. You got your 45 minutes. I'll see you in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Our dinner was absolutely delicious, wonderful quinoa salad. So I just now am actually getting back into reading. I came back with only like 3 minutes until the sprint was over, so I didn't exactly make a lot of progress. But hopefully you did. And before we left, I asked you all the question, if you do volunteer work, what is your volunteer option of choice? I will say for me that other than the annual volunteering that I do, or like just helping people whenever I have an opportunity, I don't have any set volunteer work that I do. And it's something that I would really like to get back into because I did used to do volunteering back in the day. And I've been trying to figure out, like, okay, if I'm going to do volunteering, what opportunity would that be? Because I had attempted to sign up at my local library and see if I would be able to help out there, but they actually already had pretty much all of the shifts filled and none of them were available for the ones that I could actually do. So it's a little bit of a struggle, but there are a lot of really worthy causes. So I just want to try to see if I can find one that's reasonably close to home, but something that's also meaningful, something that I want to do more of. And Anne says, I volunteer at church. Nice. I'm going to usher at a friend's funeral tomorrow. I'm very sorry for the loss of your friend. My condolences. And Swank says, Allie, I'm on the library hold for the let them theory. Very nice. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. I'm starting with 15 postcards. Nice. Awesome. Kirsten says, happy Friday, everyone, and happy Friday to you. I've been sick all week. I'm sorry, but I'm up and doing laundry now while still listening to Fame Sick by Lena Dunham. Well, I hope you're enjoying Fame Sick, and I also hope that you have started to make the upward trend because being sick is absolutely terrible. And Zach is here. Hi, Zach. Zach says, Kindred was a rock solid 5-star for me. Parable of the Sower was a solid 4 for me. I haven't read the sequel yet because I know the trilogy was never finished, but it works as a standalone. Yeah, I knew that there were other books, but I am one of those people that typically when I end up starting a series, if I really like the way that the first one ended, I actually don't continue in the series because I like it just where it was. The one exception with that was the Three Body Problem, where I did end up reading the whole trilogy. And the funny thing was, the first one was the highest rated of the three that I did. I still liked the other ones. The last one was a pretty wild ride, but the only 5-star was the very first book. And Nikki says, good luck, Swank. I don't know if you're getting physical or ebook, but my ebook copy is over 500 pages, but it is helpful. You said, and worth the time it takes to read it. Well, good. And Jamie says, I'm not currently volunteering, but my last position was with Cat Kitten Rescue. I trained the new volunteers and managed the volunteer schedule. That's really cool. And Angela says, the Boys and Girls Club has always been my preferred place to volunteer. I also volunteered at a pet food pantry for several years. I miss it, but age crept in and I had to give it up. I think it's wonderful that you volunteered at both of those places. And Kirsten says, in the past, I volunteered on a committee for a vegan farm animal sanctuary fundraising walk-in New York City, getting company giveaway donations. Always wanted to volunteer at Animal Haven in New York City. It's a no-kill shelter. Yeah, no-kill shelters are the absolute best. I found out that there is an organization where private pilots will be the ones to take shelter animals that are in like really overcrowded kill shelters, and they'll fly them to other parts of the country to no kill shelters in the hopes that they'll be able to find their forever home there. And I thought that that was absolutely amazing. So there was the organization that's actually the pilots, and then a different organization that works with them. And I donated money to the organization that works with them because they said that it cost $40 in order to ship one of those pets. So I gave them enough to ship two. Allie says, I have volunteered at my church this year, makes year 2 of VBS. Well, wonderful. Mary says, health deterioration, used to volunteer at the food pantry. And Heidi says, if I could volunteer now, it would be as a candy striper. They were always a godsend to me when Luke was in the hospital a lot. Just getting me coffee was the best. You know what? Maybe that's something I should look into. There's a lot of local hospitals. Surely some of them around here probably have candy stripers. It's a wonderful recommendation. Ali says, I got to page 88 in Let Them Theory. Wonderful. Kirsten says, made it to 85% in Fame Sick. And Jamie says, not much reading during that sprint. Spent a big chunk of it trying to get a prescription issue corrected with my new PCP. Oh, I'm sorry. I hate prescription stuff. Keaton deals with stuff with his prescriptions all the time, and it's the absolute worst. Swank says, I want to volunteer at the animal shelter, but I just couldn't handle it emotionally. I have done home for Habitat. Yeah, that's one of the things I do struggle with, because that is where my heart calls me, is to go to an animal shelter and do like dog walking, like take them out, like out and about, take them to the pet store, get them a toy, give them kind of like a really wonderful day. And I think that I would love that, but my heart would also break every single time that I would have to leave. And it's hard because I've read um, like perspectives from different people online who say like, yes, we understand that it's heartbreaking, but you're also like, if you feel that way, you're also the exact kind of person that should be doing that kind of work, and it's also, of course, a lot of people who are like, yeah, I can't do it because I feel like I would just carry it home with me. So I'm really trying to figure out what it is that I want to do. So, any recommendations that you all are having for things that you typically do, I think is awesome. And Zach says, my volunteer work is trying to be a YouTube fairy godmother, guardian angel, and Santa Claus. Last time it did kind of blow up on my face, but 99% of the time it's good. Yeah, I know you had that really bad experience with that one person, but hopefully the majority of the people that you deal with and help would never do that to you. And Heidi says, oh, Alex, War of the Flowers is a solid 4-star book, but I just had my fill of the fairy versus mortal trope for a lifetime. That is fair, but I'm glad that at least it was a solid 4. Swank says, store and designed and worked at Hangman Haunted House, a nonprofit. They split their donations to several people. That's really cool. Awesome. Tangible Reads is here. Hello, good to see you. And she says, congrats on 1K. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Oh, yeah. And Nikki also says thank you, or congratulations on 1K. Thank you as well. I really appreciate it. And we can head in to our next sprint here. So I also want to clarify that Nikki-isms is your first name Allie? Because I feel like Swank was talking to you, so I'm assuming that your first name is Allie. I will do my best to remember that. I have a very, very hard time with names, but I do my best. And our next question for the next sprint is going to be, you can either only read novellas. Did I spell that right? I hope I did. Novellas for the rest of your life, or books over 800 pages. Which do you choose? Yeah, and it is Allie. Okay, wonderful. I promise you I will try to remember that. You have every right when you show up, if I start calling you Nikki again, to go, hey, it's Allie, because eventually it'll get up in the old noodle. It will. Just might take a second. So, and I would not be offended for being called out, because it's my brain's fault. It's not anybody else's fault. Swank giving me a little celebration. Thank you. All right, you all, you have your next question, and I've got another 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to go into The Wind Through the Keyhole and wish you all very happy reading, and I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 104 in The Wind Through the Keyhole. And I'm really enjoying this short story that I'm reading right now. Tales from Roland's Youth so far are the best ones for me. And before we left, I asked you all the question, if you could only read novellas for the rest of your life or books over 800 pages, which do you choose? And Allie says 800 pages for me. And Anne says big books for me. Swank says novellas for sure. Anne says, I had to come inside because it's chilly. It's supposed to be 90 plus next week. Well, that's a huge turn. And Rob says, I struggle with 500 plus page books now, so novellas. Yeah, Rob, that's my thing is so when I was growing up, I loved big books. Big books were my favorite. I would still argue that I love to read big books. The only thing is I get kind of tired, like fatigued midway through. Like I feel like I do a lot of progress very quickly in the beginning, and I usually finish them pretty quick. But the part in the middle, I swear, it takes me forever to read a mammoth book. And so I kind of have a hard time with this because I'm like, well, if I can only read 800-page books, I feel like I would read even less than I currently read now, and I don't feel like I'm getting a ton of reading done. But if I could only read novellas, that also would take away a lot of opportunities for me to read the genres that I enjoy, because fantasy and sci-fi tend to skew long rather than short. So I feel like I'd end up only reading short story collections. And for that reason, I guess I have to go with long, because I at least would want that experience. And I could also read books like, The Count of Monte Cristo and The Three Musketeers, stuff like that. Eleanor says, Hi, Eleanor. Just finished all the chores and can now settle in and start reading. Wonderful. And Mary says, my first thought was Russian literature, and for that reason, I'm choosing novellas. Angel says, woohoo, good news, no cavities. Yay, that's awesome. Good for you. Mary says, yay, Angel. Kirsten says novellas because there are probably more of them and in a greater variety of genres, plus a lot of longer stories begin as short stories. I mean, that's fair. Because I kind of wonder about the distinction of like, okay, well, if you're saying it has to be a novella, I know a novella is a very specific number of pages compared to that of a short story. So I agree that a lot of genres have short story collections. I wonder how many of them have like true good novellas. And Heidi says, books over 800 pages, that's probably all of Dickens and Dumas plus Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time. True, Heidi. And I knew that you were going to pick bigger books because pretty much all the ones that you read are larger. Maybe not 800 pages all the time, but they're usually like, at least over 500, as a lot of fantasy is. Mary says, Heidi, War and Peace. And Heidi says, yes, Mary, so many classic books over 800 pages. It's true. Zach says, despite the fact I'm reading Lonesome Dove, which is 864 pages, I would rather read novellas. Big books have their place, but I think it would be exhausting to get stuck with them. That's what I worry about, is like if you could only read big books, it feels like when you finally got done with one, if you had to immediately look at another 800-page book, I'd be like, oh my God, there's no variety. Because I like variety. Variety is the spice of life. Angela says, I choose books over 800 pages, not always enough meat and novellas for me. Fair. And Angel says, Mary, thank you. Jamie says, I'll go with 800 plus books. Man, so most people are saying that they want the mammoths. Jamie says, got my prescription straightened out. Good job. And made it to 93% in This House Will Feed. Well, I think you're going to finish it tonight, Jamie. So good for you. Hi, Talcana. Good to see you. Talcana says, shorter books for me, please. And Kat says, novellas for me. And Kat, do you think that you would have an easy time with novellas because like a lot of middle grade books are also like would fall into that category? I'm curious because I don't read a ton of middle grade books. Like the ones I read, I typically enjoy, but I don't read them as often as I probably would like. I mean, I could argue that for like every freaking book, but it seems like with middle grade, that would be the sweet spot for so many books, is right in that page limit. Kat says, yes. Yeah, I kind of wondered. Awesome. Well, thank you all for answering that question. And my next question for you all is this one's just kind of like an easy, silly one, which is what is your, oh, hang on, there we go. No, why is it not scrolling? Because I didn't click the stupid button. It's my fault. It says, what is your favorite flavor of lemonade to drink in the summer? And just like standard lemon is fine. But if you're anything like me, then you will enjoy like an actual flavored lemonade. And I'm curious what your favorite flavor is, or if you don't even like lemonade. If you're like, I hate lemons with a passion, then you can tell me that too. Because it's about time for me to start making my blackberry lemonades again, which I will be drinking on stream. And some of them will be alcoholic and some of them won't. And I'm very much looking forward to that time again because to me, that is one of the most refreshing drinks that you can have in the summer is a delicious lemonade. All right, everybody, I'm going to get another 45 minutes up on the clock, go back into the wind through the keyhole, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading. Oh, and remember to take a drink, get some water, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Barker was sitting on my lap until he heard the jingle go off, and he was like, nope, and just ran away. So you just saw him in the background. I ended up reading to page 128, so I am very nearly done with the very first story, and then I'll be in The Wind Through the Keyhole, which is super exciting. So I'm glad that I'm making some good progress tonight. There's still more progress to be made for sure. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your favorite flavor of lemonade to drink in the summer? And Kat says, I enjoy big books, but I'm slow with eyeball reading these days. Plus, I like to read multiple books, and I can't imagine reading multiple big books. Yeah, Kat, I know that you've listened to more audiobooks recently. I think sometimes you tend to listen and then read with your eyeballs at the same time. Do you find that you're doing that more often now, or do you still have like a fair amount of time that you're like just reading with no audio? And Tokana says, I think I'm going to garden this sprint. Well, I hope you had a wonderful time gardening. What is in your garden? What were you working on? And Kat says, going to start watching Kingdom, Ashen of the North, and eat dinner. Chili cheese fries. Ooh, I'd love some cheese fries right now. That sounds amazing. Rob says, Joe tea, half raspberry. Oh, wait. So tea, half raspberry tea and half lemonade. Ooh, Ooh, okay, so it's like a raspberry Arnold Palmer. That sounds amazing. That sounds really good. And Jamie says, I love any kind of berry in my lemonade. I'm also fond of mint or basil in my lemonade. Okay. I've never had a mint or basil lemonade. So I'd be curious what that would taste like. I don't know that I would like it, but I would try it. Kirsten says, I like my lemonade in the form of a skinny margarita. I love it. That's fun. Skinny margarita, tequila, good quality Blanco tequila, and fresh lime juice, freshly squeezed for the best flavor and sweetener, agave syrup, or a natural sweetener. Not exactly lemonade, but close. Yeah, that's more of a because margaritas are with lime. It's you could say it's like a skinny limeade margarita. I mean, I guess you technically have to have lime anyway in a margarita, but I don't know. We're being funny. Tokana says, Mike's Hard Lemonade is the only one that comes to mind. I used to drink those. I don't anymore since I found out that I like putting either moonshine or blackberry whiskey in my lemonades. That's my preferred alcohol to put into my summer drink. And Angela says, no lemonade. Flavored iced teas are my favorite summer drinks. Raspberry, peach, and watermelon. Oh, nice. I do think I would like a raspberry tea. That sounds nice. One of the loose leaf teas I've been wanting to get for myself, I need to just get some because it's my favorite, is hibiscus. I like love a really good high quality hibiscus tea with like if you can get one that has like freeze dried fruit in it. At least I think it's freeze dried. It might be it's probably dehydrated. But either way, like just an amazing like hibiscus tea that's got that like sweet tartness to it. It's perfect. And Andrew's here. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, hello, everyone. My favorite lemonade is regular with blueberry Jack. 'Tis the season. I didn't even know they made a blueberry Jack Daniels, but now I know. And Angel says, raspberry lemonade. And Zach says, I never experimented with lemonade enough to have an opinion. Well, maybe this will be the summer that you do. Just saying. The reason that this came to mind is because our local grocery store ended up having a deal of 4 pints of blackberries for $5. And so I obviously had to participate in that. And then now, because I'm eating delicious blackberries, all I can think of is, oh yeah, it's like almost summertime. It's almost time to have my drink. And Andrew says, blackberry. Oh, so it's not blueberry Jack, it's blackberry Jack. And Jamie says, perfect timing. I just finished my book. Congratulations. Woohoo. Great job. Kirsten says, laundry is in the dryer and I'm at 90% in fame sick. Great job. You very well could finish that tonight if you want to. And Keaton says, good evening, everyone. Hi, Keaton. He's a fan of my haircut. I just got a new haircut last night where I decided to do something a little bit different. and the whole back part here is still there, but I just shaved into the sides behind my ear. And I'm really liking it so far. Keaton actually is telling me I should go up higher. He likes it so much he wants it even edgier than this. But yeah, it's been fun. It's a little different. That's why my bangs, I always feel weird about my bangs right after I get a haircut because they just lay strangely, but oh well, they grow out. And Talcana says, today planted some flowers in the flower boxes, very late getting them going this year. I would also like to get some flowers in my flower boxes. I have not done mine yet. So if you have any recommendations about which ones I should buy, especially if you know any that like full sun, please let me know because I get a lot of sun on one side of my yard. It's kind of intense. And Lainey's here. Hi, Lainey. Lainey says, hi, everyone, and hello to you. And Jamie says, I was very skeptical of the basil, but it's actually quite good. I feel like that would be something that Keaton would try and would enjoy because Keaton loves basil. And Zach says, good evening, Keaton. Lainey says, I'm a peach tea drinker every day, so good. 2 peach tea bags and one big iced tea, or one big iced tea bag is perfect. Well, that sounds awesome. I have yet to have like a really good peach tea, but one thing I want to try is to get an actual peach and to like juice it into the glass instead of buying the teas that are flavored peach. And I have a feeling I would really like it. There is a peach truck that travels across the country that will deliver, like, you can get crates of peaches. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I need to go and look to see when they're going to be coming to town because you have to buy them in advance because they sell out. I need to make sure that I can get some because they have the best peaches, Georgia peaches. So good. And Swank says, I do lemonade with raspberry or a limeade. I want to try a traditional, like Hispanic limeade drink where they take the full lime and they blend them and then they strain out like all the pulp and everything. And it's supposed to be like a much more like intense lime flavor. And I'm curious if I would like that. But I think they also use, is it sweetened condensed milk? It probably is. I think it's sweetened condensed milk to make like a very like sweet but refreshing drink. I'll have to look up that recipe, see if I can find it, but that's one of the ones that I want to try. Zach says, I do like making my own cherry limeade. Are you Sprite maraschino or you Sprite maraschino cherries with some of the juice and squeeze limes into it and drop them in? Ooh, yeah, I have never just bought a jar of maraschino cherries, but I feel like you could use the juice from those for so many things. So maybe I'll have to give that a try this summer. That could be really fun. Keaton says basil is the best thing ever. See, I told you. He loves basil. And Swank says, I do Sprite with lime juice, usually get it from Sonic. You know, Keaton had me go to Sonic with him. Gosh, Keaton, how long ago has it been now? We had like a random date where we were driving up on one side of town and we ended up going to Sonic. And I had only ever had it one other time. And I can honestly say that I think it would be fun to go back and to try it again. So now I've only had it twice in my life. And Lainey says, ooh, I'm going to try that. And Swank says, ooh, make it from key limes. Yes, that I believe is what they used, like little key limes. Keaton says, too long. Sonic was my childhood treat. Well, honey, we'll just have to go then. Maybe we can go tomorrow. I think it might rain tomorrow. Maybe that wouldn't be fun. We can go sometime soon. The weather's going to be nice. That'll be good. Well, thank you, everybody. That was fun. Kind of gets us in the spirit of thinking about the beautiful warm days ahead. I'm so excited. I had to put a freaking jacket on. It's not even that cold in the house, and I was like freezing. I don't know why. So we are about to head into the last 2 sprints of the evening. I feel like that went by really fast. I don't know about you, but I'm like, man, that's just gone. So I'm going to ask you all the second to last question that I always ask, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is it just needs to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. Even if I have no idea what you're talking about, I like learning new things. Even if I won't remember it, I don't care. Just tell me. I want to know what you've learned. And Swank says, thanks for sprints. Well, thanks for coming, Swank. It was good to see you. And Zach says, the cherry limeade is also my hangover drink. Does the sugar help? Is that why? Takana says, now I'm thirsty and there's nothing here that sounds as tasty. Then you're going to have to go out and get the stuff to make the good drink. It'll be worth it. You'll be happy. At least I think you will. Food and good drinks is an instant mood raiser for me in my life. Makes me so happy. That's why I've gained weight since college. Oh, sorry. Lainey, you answered the question, so I will go ahead and move on to our sprint so I have that one saved and queued up for when we come back. And I will wish you all very happy reading and see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back and let me know how you did. I made it to page 151 in The Wind Through the Keyhole. I have to decide if for the final 30-minute sprint, if I want to read more of The Wind Through the Keyhole or if I want to go to my hikes of my 100 Hikes of a Lifetime book, because I might want to read a little bit about some of the hikes just to kind of mix it up a little bit tonight. But let me know how it is that you are doing with your reading. I'm sure you're doing awesome. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Lainey says, I learned that I have a really awesome dog. Did you not know before that your dog was awesome? What was the thing that happened that made your dog like extra awesome? Zach says, yeah, sugary and acidic seems to work for hangovers. Dalkana says, we'll add to the grocery list, but not hauling the kids to the store. That's fair. And Kirsten says, this week while sick, I discovered that sleeping with a hot water bottle against my chest seems to help. It maybe helps to break up the gunk in my chest, and it's definitely comforting to calmly heal. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad you were able to figure out that that helps you. That's awesome. And Angel says, the Red Bull Sundachi lime is good. If anyone wants to try, I'll be spiking it with vodka this summer. I have never heard of a Red Bull Sundachi lime. That must be the flavor. And Zach says, I have 2 Colossus penguins, were 7 feet tall penguins that lived about 37 million years ago. That's crazy. And sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins. Sloths are also really good swimmers. So I did not know they can hold their breath longer than dolphins, though. That is very fun. And Anne says that Catherine sock. And Rob says the Fujio Cent first coin authorized by the U.S. had the motto, mind your business. I like that. We should bring that back. Anne says that Catherine Stockett was fired by her publisher after her first book, The Help, was published. She has been living in Bali, and it took 15 years before The Calamity Club was published. She was fired by her first publisher after The Help? That's crazy. Why? Why was she fired? You said, I'm still trying to find out why. Oh, okay. You're still trying to find out why she was fired. Well, when you find out, come back and let us know. My fun fact is, so because I have these patches on the back of my jacket from my trip, I was really curious about when iron-on patches first became a thing. And it turns out in the very early 1900s was the concept for the first iron-on patch, and where embroiderers would cut out pieces of unused fabric and they would attach them to clothing. But the adhesive that was added onto the back of these patches that kind of makes them what they are today was created in the 1930s. So very close to 100 years ago is where we got the patches that we know of today, which I think is fun. And Alicia says, hey, Alex, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Alicia. Just joining, ate dinner with the family, and now working on my reading journal pages. Wonderful. Alicia, how is it going with your library and moving all the books and stuff around after the water damage? I hope you're doing okay. And Stina says, hello, I have safely arrived in Great Falls. Yay! And I have learned that Great Falls has a lot of casinos. Well, I'm glad you made it safely. You said, and that my hotel is one of them. Oh, okay. Hope you don't mind staying in a casino. I don't know if that's loud or not. I've never stayed in a casino before. Angela says, I learned that 93% of the Chinese people don't have a religious affiliation. I didn't expect it to be quite that high. I think that might have something to do with the government, because I think communism strictly went against the idea of religion. It was very much frowned upon to have a religious belief. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like that is right. So if somebody could corroborate that, I would appreciate it. And Zach says, I think I found a new song for my mermaid playlist, Wretched by Dradic, which is good because it is Mermaid, my personal readathon in May. Oh, that's fun. You do your own personal readathon about mermaids? That's so cute. And Kirsten says, I accidentally dozed off for a second, so I'm still back at 91% of fame sick, but the laundry is out of the dryer at least. That is okay. You are sick. Take a nap. That's all right. Angela says, I'm on page 151 of my book too. Yay! I caught up. And Andrew says, I made it to page 292 of The Reluctant Queen by Sarah Beth Durst. I know that name. And Jamie says, I listened to the author's note in the house will feed and was surprised to find out that a couple of the characters were based on real people. One of them was the despicable, disgusting landowner. Oh no. You said, highly recommend, 5 stars. Hold on. Let me look up. Because I haven't even seen the cover of this book. So I'm really curious. One second. Oh, that's such a fun cover. Oh, wait, this one says Deluxe Stenciled Edges. Is that the edition that you read, Jamie? Let's see if I can pull it up. That's pretty cool. It's a neat cover other than the reflection that you're getting from the screen, but I like it. And you said, I also finished a scrapbook layout. Good for you. You were very productive. Andrew says, I learned that pocket holes are so much better and easier to do for woodwork joinery. Oh, yeah, pocket holes are cool. I don't have one of the tools to easily create them, but I know there's a whole bunch of different kinds that you can get. And I have an idea for my office space to actually build my own custom shelves, which I could use one of those pocket hole tools for. But I've been trying to figure out how I would want to create it because I don't even know what design I would want yet, which is why I haven't started anything. And Alicia says, my house is still in disarray, but we had floor measurements yesterday and we approved it. So I will have wood-like tile. So just need to schedule it. Well, good for you. I hope that that goes very smoothly. And I'm really sorry that you've had to go through all of that. And with any luck, it'll be done very soon. And Stina says, I'm listening to Gothic Town, not quite halfway in. And Jamie says, no, I just have my library's copy. That is what my cover looks like. Okay. But everything has freaking sprayed edges anymore, I swear. When I went into Barnes & Noble, that visit that I had when I was there with my mom, there was like a whole table that was just covered in them. I was like, well, it's not special anymore. I mean, they're still beautiful. I'm not complaining. I love a good aesthetic looking book, but it's just funny that all of them have it now. And Stina says, it's not noisy where my room is, but the whole place has that mid-century resort smell. Well, I hope you like that. And Andrew says, I bought the Craig Pro. It's really nice as it auto adjusts to your wood size. Cool. Okay. Well, if I ever decide that I want to get one of those, I'm going to have to come back and ask you about your pocket hole joiner drill thing. And Alicia says, I am thinking summertime, it will all be back to normal. I hope so. Jamie says, I forgot to answer the question. I'm most interested in following up on the Monk Seal tourist story. Can you explain that to me? Because I don't know what that is, and now I want to know. Zach says, I'm a third into Lonesome Dove. Wonderful. Jamie says, I'm really enjoying the consequences. That's great. Yeah, do tell me about the Monk Seal tourist story. And I will also get us set up here for our last sprint of the evening, which is going to be, of course, a 30-minute sprint. And as always, I ask the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did literally right after we met last week. Either way, I just want you to consider something that you've accomplished because I want you to feel good about yourself and the stuff that you're doing in your life. And Stina says, no, I'm considering switching hotels, but everything is so expensive. Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if you could get like an air freshener. You could like go and get one of those like car air fresheners. You could keep it by your bed. Go over to like, I'm sure there's not like a local Yankee Candle, but I was thinking of the little Pink Sands air fresheners that I used to put in my car. That was my favorite Yankee Candle smell. And Alicia says, I saw that about the monk seal and the tourist, and that made me mad. Well, now I'm going to have to look it up. And Zach says, Stina, what was the book you DNF'd a minute in a couple weeks ago? Oh, I remember us talking about that. I don't remember the title of it. It wasn't one that I had read. Jamie says a tourist to Maui threw rocks at a beloved local monk seal. Well, I hope that person had people throw rocks at them. What a bastard. Jamie says since the seal is endangered, it is a federal offense. Good, throw their ass in jail. Fuck that bitch. And Stina says it's the smell of all the cleaning products they've used trying to erase 50 plus years of smoke and nicotine residue. I thought the thing now was that you use like what do they call that? Like an osmosis machine? You go in because Keaton had to use one of those. Like back in the day, he used to work at a hotel, and there were people who would go and like hotbox in their room, and they had to charge extra to use that machine to like clear the air and pull the scent out of everything. Like, why are they trying to cover that in cleaning products? We have the technology. Put in new wallpaper. I don't know. And Jamie says a Hawaiian local kicked his ass. Yes, good. That makes me so happy to hear. That guy deserves it. That's like the story that I was telling about that big game hunter that got trampled by an elephant and died. And it's like, you, son of a bitch, deserve that. And I do not feel bad for you, and I don't care. Cena says the jerk was arrested. Good. Hopefully, after he got his ass beat. And Alicia says, and the tourist said he could afford to do it if he could just pay the fines because he had money. Man, that guy sucks. He said he went back to Seattle and has since been arrested. So he says if they used it, it didn't work. Boo. So there is video of the beatdown. Okay, I am not somebody that ever goes and watches fights. Like, I don't. I'm going to look that up. I'm gonna watch that because that guy totally deserves it. Man, that's oh. Well, thank you. That made me laugh today. I laughed at the expense of another person, which might make me a bad person, but I think you all are still my friends, and I appreciate that. And Anne says the only reason that I can find is that Stockett was a white woman writing about black maids. They considered it problematic 15 years ago. Hopefully, we have changed in those 15 years. But what's weird is the book got published, right? So they fired her after they published the book. I mean, I can't imagine, like, they would know when she wrote it that she was white. If they had a problem with it, why would they publish it unless she lied about being white? That's weird. I don't know. Now I'm going to have to try to look that up too. And Stina says The Lamb by Lucy Rose. The Lamb by Lucy Rose. What is that a reference to? I'm sorry, I've lost the plot because we were talking about the seal, the monk seal. JB said it's very satisfying. Texas, thank you, Stina. That's on my. Oh, thank you. You were answering Zach. Yes, you were answering Zach about the book that she DNF'd like a minute in. Got it. Yes. Great. I have found the plot again. All right, wonderful. Thank you all very much. I've got 30 minutes up on the clock. You have your final question of the evening. I need to turn on another lamp because it is getting, you can't see it on camera, but it's getting dark in here. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back and let me know how you did. I ended up moving on to my 100 Hikes of a Lifetime book. I friggin' love this thing. It's awesome. I'm so excited that I got the one because this is for over like the whole world. I got one that was 100 hikes just for the United States that I'm really looking forward to. But the current ones that I'm on right now, because they always do it by continent if for the world books, is I'm on Germany right now, and I had to like run out of frame to go and show Keaton some of these because they have like it's not just about like the beauty of the hike, like the Rhinestag Trail. So it's 200 miles long, and other than in like very specific camping areas, you're actually not allowed to camp. So you can stay in these castles. It says that they have 60 castles in Rhine, which is absolutely amazing, and many of them that you can just stay in and just visit during the entirety of your trip. And I think that's so cool. And so I guess it's very common for people to go to, I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? People go to Germany to hike all the time. But there's, like the Elbe, I think that's how you pronounce it, Elbe or Elba sandstone mountains. And a lot of these places, because so many tourists come, they have like a shuttle service for your luggage where they'll go and they'll take it to the different villages that you'll be walking through. So this one is 70 miles long. They'll just take your stuff every single day that you're going on the trip so you can arrive at your next hotel and you can just hike unencumbered your entire time. This is so cool, and I would totally do that. It looks like so much fun. All right, I'll quit geeking out now. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Let's see what you had to say. Anne says, after the book was published and the movie made. Okay, talking about the author, Miss Stockett. And then Stina says, I'm proud of myself for not wrecking my car when an oncoming big truck clipped a construction pylon and launched it into me. Oh my God. I'm very glad that you are okay. That's horrifying. You said, I hate I-25 so much. I hate it for you. Wow. You said, I gather the problematic thing about The Help was that it was a white savior narrative, or so I'm told. I haven't read it yet. And they certainly knew that when they published it and made a ton of money off of it. So surely she was fired for some other reason. Well, I mean, like, I completely can understand and agree the whole thing about like the white savior, because I didn't read the book, but I saw the movie, and it's the character that's played by Emma Stone is Skeeter, and Skeeter is interviewing Viola Davis and Octavia Spencer's characters in order to write this book, and she is obviously an important part of the story, but she's not the only like important part. Like, a lot of emphasis is placed on Viola Davis and Octavia Spencer, and I don't know if that's the case in the book or not. But I mean, obviously there is that aspect, because the only way that their story was being told was because of Skeeter's character, because they would never have been able to publish their own stories on their own or have people listen to them. So I don't know. I feel like maybe I should read the book, because I feel like the movies are never the same as the book, and maybe there's something else to it than that. But yeah, the publisher got a crap ton of money off of the publication of the book and then of the movie, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, no, this is a problem," after they made bank. That seems that's problematic in and of itself. All of it's wrong. That's crazy. Zach says, I'm proud that my birthday gift for my friend shipped today. I decided against the custom engraved jewelry box. She got a $130 weighted dragon plush from Etsy to help with her anxiety. That's so sweet, Zach. And weighted plushies and weighted blankets are so cool. I actually thought about getting myself a weighted plushie a while back. I haven't gotten one. And a friend of mine had a weighted blanket and let me try it out. And I was like, oh my God, I would get stuck under this thing because it's just so nice. So I'm sure she will love it. That's a very nice gift. And yeah, Jamie, thank you for sending me that message on Discord. And you said, after a several month slump, I have completed 9 scrapbook layouts in the last 10 days. Good for you. You got your your drive for it back and you wanted to take care of it and start doing stuff again. I think that's wonderful. I have a tendency when I go through cycles, like mine are very, very, very far apart. Like you say, several months, and I'm like, hey, that's pretty good. That doesn't seem too bad to me. Mine are like years. So I'm proud of you for pushing through it that soon. And Stina says, then again, I have a friend whose publisher dropped her 3 books into her mystery series with a Hawaiian sleuth because it wasn't own voices. Never mind that she had the blessing of the person she based the character on. Nobody complains about Tony Hillerman being white, but women writers get this all the time. And why didn't the publishers just buy is from own voices writers? Yeah, that's the thing is like people of color don't get nearly as much attention in the publishing industry, and they have it so much harder trying to get their books published in the first place, which is why the whole thing with Barnes and Noble a while back, they were basically getting rid of a ton of books on their shelves to only prioritize, the stuff that was really popular and was selling instead of offering that wide variety. And overwhelmingly, so many of the books that they got rid of were from small, POC authors. And I think that that's awful because they're the ones that need the publicity the most, because obviously all the popular stuff is already getting all the attention. It's already getting the marketing. Barnes and Noble sends, I swear, daily emails about like what their new hot thing is, especially if it's a book club pick for them. Like they already are doing all of that. Like give people a chance to, discover that really cool, unique nugget on the shelf. But they don't want to do that because it's corporate bullshit. So yeah, you said, as well as the other writers who do it well, it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Well, for their margins, they certainly view it as being one. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in, where instead of it being about the quality of the art, it's about how much money the art makes. I mean, the fact that authors now have to do basically all of their own marketing, where they have to already have a following for a publisher to want to take them seriously in the first place is terrible, because I don't think most authors have great publicity skills, great marketing skills. They weren't trained in that. And trying to get your name out there, unless you're just extremely charismatic or have like a popular YouTube channel, is nearly impossible. Because what is it that they say that for every person who publishes a book, like the average is that you won't sell more than, what is it, like 100 copies of your book, like over the life of that book? I can't remember what it was. That might be too low, but it's really not that many. We're not going to reach that many people. And Angela says, I read the Monk Seal tourist story. Heartbreaking. Looks like he got out of jail, but has another hearing on May 27th. I hope they throw the book at him. I hope they throw a coconut-sized rock at him the way that he threw it at that seal. That rock was massive. It wouldn't have been okay if it was a pebble, to be very clear. It wouldn't have been okay if he threw sand at it. But that rock was freaking huge. I think he was trying to kill it. That poor sweet little seal. And that's like their like local mascot. She's got a name. She just hangs out over there. That guy sucks. That was the video that Jamie sent me on Discord. I was smiling the whole time when he got his ass beat. That was beautiful. And what was beautiful about it too was the fact that the governor, you guys should go watch it if you didn't see him talking about it. It's hysterical. He's like, our lawyer wants to make it very clear that we don't condone violence. And she's sitting over there covering her mouth, trying not to smile. And then he goes, but we would like to present an award of recognition for the man, the man who showed heroism for taking care of our animals. And I thought that was great. And Kirsten says, I guess I'm proud of myself for doing the best I could to gently care for myself while sick. Yes. Trying not to stress about all the stuff I should be doing and just resting. That's wonderful. And I'm proud of you for doing that too. Angela says, I finally finished my spring house cleaning. Great job. I got a late start this year. I'll put the blame on the cold spring we've had. It has been a very cold spring, 100%. But great job. And Anne says, maybe I should reread The Help. You absolutely can. Do you still own a copy of it? I don't own a copy of it. I never have. Because I've only seen the movie. But Stina says, yes, take care of yourself, Kirsten. And Stina says, who knows, Zach, you may like The Lamb. I obviously didn't read far enough to judge good or bad. I just judge not for Stina. And good on you for being able to recognize that. And Kirsten says, and now I'm at 92% in Fame Sick, moving slowly, but I also don't want it to end. Well, that's wonderful that you're having a great time with it. And Alicia says, I accomplished this week surviving while hubby was out of town and having to clean out the library and had doctor's appointments and the floor measuring this week on little sleep. That is a crap ton of stuff to deal with on your own, Alicia. Great job. You deserve a huge round of applause. Good for you. Rob says, currently catnapped. So for my phone, good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Rob. Jamie says, I updated my story graph and started The Ending Writes Itself. Great. I hope you end up liking that one too. I'll ask you about it next week, assuming you're still reading it. Andrew says, I got my bookshelf built for the most part. Got to add the trim and sand and stain it. I might end up, Andrew, just asking you for tips on yours because I'm curious how you built yours. Was it one of those bookshelves where it's like straight up and down, or does it have like an L shape? I want to build one that's for my corner, and the L shape is what makes it a little bit more complicated because I don't know how deep to make the shelves, or whether I would want to make the L where like it's a corner box that sits, flush and like the kind that you can get at IKEA, where they have a shelf that's specific for the corner and it kind of like has the angled sides, and then the regular bookshelves go like on the sides of it. I probably could model it off of that. I didn't really think about that, but that might be a good idea. You're making me think about it again, and I appreciate you for that. Stina says, I stayed in a youth hostel in a castle near Munich. It was really cool. That sounds so awesome. And Angela says, wow, my DNA tells me some of my ancestors were from the West Rhine, Westphalia area in Germany. Westphalia. That's a really pretty name too. But yeah, Rhine looks beautiful because now I'm going to go and do research. Seems like so much fun. Angela, you should go to Rhine. And Anne says, I have a heated plushie. That sounds great. And Zach says, I'm feeling lazy, so I'm having Franks and beans for dinner. I've never had Franks and beans. I hope that they're all that they're cracked up to be, given the fact that they're a household name. Jamie says, well, according to him, he's rich, so they should max out those fines along with jail time. They absolutely freaking should. And you said, oh, a heated plushie sounds great. Oh, did I say weighted? See, this is where my brain, I swear, fills in letters where shit is not supposed to be. I swear I read weighted, but it probably was heated. Hang on. Now I'm going back to check myself because I swear I'm losing my damn mind. Where was that? Sorry, everybody. I'm taking an extra minute. Where is it? No, it does say weighted. Okay, so everybody else is saying heated. I did not read that wrong. It's a weighted plushie that he got. I like that other people have a heated plushie, though. That's fun. Zach says, I should be fine with the lamb. It takes a lot to get under my skin. And Kat says, heading to bed. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a terrific weekend, everyone. You too, Kat. Hope you had a really fun time with Barry tonight. And Anne says, I'm sure I can find the help with the library. That is very true. Support your local library. Jamie says, I think you said heated. Did I? Maybe Alicia said maybe it was weighted and heated. If I said the word heated in my brain, I read and thought weighted. So who's to say? You guys will have to go back and roll that beautiful bean footage and find out what I actually said. Zach says, I got the same Fred the Heated plush for Christmas. That was a snow leopard and her kids named it Snowball. I'm looking forward to see what the dragon gets named. That's adorable. Zach, report back what they end up naming it. Snowball for a snow leopard is so cute. Sina says, thanks for sprints and chat. Have a great week, y'all. You too. Hey, I survived a week back from vacation. That's my accomplishment. And I had an event this week that 91 people went to, and it was a success, and the food was really good. So, huzzah. And Anne says the heated plushie helps with my hands. Oh, that's cool. My dad, at one of his jobs, because he's worked in factories for years, they used to have this like these wax stations where you would go and you would dip your hands in, and that really helped the workers with their muscles and their tension and everything because they were just using their hands constantly all day long. And he actually ended up buying one of those for the house to use when he would get home because he said that it helped so much. I personally found it too hot. Like I felt like it nearly burned me, but he thought it was great. So if you've never tried that, might be worth looking into, especially if you can get one where you can control the temperature. And Zach says, you said weighted at first. You talked about weighted blankets. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. And Angela said, I'd like to see a readathon pop up called Read Your DNA. I've been thinking of doing it soon on my own. I've already chosen my books. That's so fun. I have a lot of German heritage, a lot of German heritage. So that would actually be pretty cool. And Alicia says, woo, gold star, Alex. Thank you. To you as well, ma'am. And Zach says TMI, but the heated plushie was for her menstrual cramps. That's not TMI. We're all adults here. And honestly, so many women need that. I'm very lucky. Mine have never been bad. I had a friend when I was growing up that hers were so terrible that she would end up being on the floor. I think they ended up figuring out that she had PCOS though. And if you have that, they're just basically from hell. So that's nice that you're very understanding of that and would care, because a lot of people wouldn't. And you said she got a heated eye mask for her migraines too. That poor woman, she must go through a lot. Jamie says, congrats, Alex, and thank you for sprints. It's always a fun conversation. It is always fun. I had a great time with you all tonight, and I swear it just flew by, and it's already 9:35. So I hope you'll have a wonderful weekend. Keaton and I don't have any plans tomorrow, but we're meeting with a friend on Sunday, which should be fun. We'll be talking about our trip, and our friend is going on a similar trip that we just went on. So we'll get to kind of like compare notes, if you will, which will be really great. And Alicia says, heated things are always nice with that stuff. So true. He said, thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming. Angela says, have a great weekend, Alex. You too, Angela. I should see you all hopefully next week, assuming all goes well. I intend to be here next week at least. And with that, I will say good night, everyone, and bye.